paper that said who's doing. Good morning. We are ready to begin, and I'm Senator Kushner, and we're convening this meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee on March 13th. And I will start with any remarks by my co-chair. And from our ranking members. Okay, everybody's anxious to get going. So we will start with our agenda, and the first item on our agenda is Senate Bill 1370, an act requiring workers performing off-site custom fabrication for a public works project to be paid from prevailing wage rates. And this is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 6331. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I will now summarize the bill. We heard a great deal of testimony about this bill, which would require, when there's a public works project and prevailing wages being paid, the workers who are performing work off-site for that project would be paid the prevailing wage for that off-site work. Any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too listened to the testimony, and I met with some of the proponents of the bill early on. I hear some of the concerns, obviously listening to the testimony. I have some concerns of my own, as I think the way that this bill looks to operate. I think there are some things that I think need to be ironed out, or questions that need to be answered before we could consider moving this forward out of the committee. But I put a list together of some of those questions. But in reading the JFS language versus the JF, it looks like it just changed, removed 4 words. That was the difference. And it was on line 24, we removed, or we didn't, somebody removed, but not limited to. Can you tell me, Madam Chair, why why are we limiting this just to 3 or 4 trades?
Sure. The intent of this is to limit it to those trades because those are the trades that we know conduct the offsite work, and it will be clearer and more enforceable by the Department of Labor if we articulate the specific trades that we are that this bill will impact.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know, I mean, I know we heard concerns from several of the trades, but do we know that this doesn't exist in other trade, in other trades, Madam Chair?
We do. This is, we have consulted with the trades and, you know, the building trades of Connecticut. The union represents all of the trades, and we're told that these are the trades that are impacted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I probably will come back to that in a little bit. I noticed in the testimony that the Department of Labor opposed this bill, saying that it would be onerous and you know, it would be burdensome to them to try to manage with the language the way it is. Was any consideration given to the DOL testimony?
Yes, in fact, that is why we are limiting it.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to get into some of the more, having worked in the trades myself, or actually more accurately, you know, been around a lot of job sites as a general contractor, not in the trades. That's not what I meant to convey. Has this bill given consideration to items that are manufactured by a subcontractor? Not off the shelf. I know that this was trying to eliminate the items that were off the shelf, like at Home Depot. I recognize that. But what about what if the plumbing or heating contractor outsources this to a subcontractor to create and build the some of these systems that we're talking about? Has the bill have we given considerations to that?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
Okay, in speaking with the proponents of the bill, it is my understanding, the way what was conveyed to me was that if company A wins a project, bids a project, and they're the winning bidder, and it's a prevailing wage project, and then some of the work is performed on site, but the work that's performed off-site by their employees, they want to make sure that those employees are guaranteed the prevailing wage. And I'm saying if that contractor outsourced the entire piece of it to a different company to produce that equipment, does this bill cover that if the work is performed by a subcontractor building the same product that might also be done by an employee?
My understanding is that it would cover that.
Okay, I think that I think we need to look at the language on that and try to figure out how on earth that would be picked up, because you know, I think a subcontractor taking you know, may never step foot on the job site, may just be asked to build you know, a piece of a heating duct, or you know, from the plumbing side, electrical side, any of the trades that we're covering, they may outsource that entirely. It's done, it can be done. And I want to make sure that this bill, if that we've given consideration. So I would like to I believe it can be done. I believe that this bill does not cover that. And so I would just like to go on the record that that is not covered here, and would like to have a further discussion on that. Madam Chair, what about if the bill, if you've got a company that has multiple locations in multiple states and the fabrication is performed in another state, if they order you know, it's a custom built piece of equipment, and they have an office in Ohio, and they send the plans to Ohio, where that's where the piece of equipment is that they own to fabricate it. Maybe they don't have one in Connecticut. Does this bill take into consideration the workers in Ohio? And I'm just using Ohio, could be Massachusetts or whatever, to build that piece of equipment and ship it here?
That would not be covered by this bill.
Okay. And I assume that would, the same thing would be if we had this built, although now with the talk of tariffs, I don't think anybody would build this stuff out of the country. But in the event that we ship this out of the country, would we be talking if there was a special order to Mitsubishi or and I'm not talking about off the shelf items, but I'm talking about a custom built piece of equipment. Would out of country, would any of that apply to
No.
that custom equipment?
No.
No, okay, thank you. Madam Chair, would this apply to any of the support people? So you've got people working on the shop floor, maybe cleaning up after the people building the stuff, or mechanics who are servicing, technicians servicing the equipment. We heard testimony about sophisticated equipment that is built to eliminate a couple of things. Number one, some of these systems are very complex that we heard about, and so to create them with less, better, tighter measurements, they can be built more effectively and efficiently off-site, and the margin for error is less, as I heard it, and then those can be brought to the job site. So in that instance, you've got this sophisticated equipment that is serviced by technicians, mechanics. There may be people cleaning up the shop who don't have anything to do with actually making the product, but they're supporting the production of this equipment. Would those people be, are we looking to pick up those people in the prevailing wage?
The prevailing wage statutes lay out, and the DOL lays out what the prevailing wage is for the various licensed trades. So if a person didn't fall into one of those licensed trades, there wouldn't be a prevailing wage set for them, as my understanding.
Okay, thank you. I made a note that I'm not entirely familiar with everybody who's picked up, so I will do my homework on that to see if that picks it up. I want to make sure that, there are a lot of people that go into, from the bookkeeper to the person doing payroll, to the delivery driver, to the receptionist. Those are all people who play a role in making sure that this equipment comes to market. And under this, it just seems, I want to make sure that we're not looking to kind of reach out, or if we are, I want to know if
I appreciate the question, but there's been no proposal to expand classifications that would be covered by prevailing wage. So it's not like we're now saying to DOL, you have to create prevailing wage for other classifications within the field, within the construction industry. I don't think that's been part of this bill, and I haven't seen a bill like that come through.
Thank you. And again, I just wanted to make clear the reason for me asking, and I will do my homework to understand this better. So I see that we have limited it to, by taking out that language, but I want to, I also recognize that in the building trades, there are other systems such as trusses that are built off-site and trucked in because they're done in a controlled environment. That could, in some cases, if framing was done on site, wood framing or metal framing, perhaps it could be subject to prevailing wage. But in this case, we've eliminated this, some of these other trades, and I just wonder, why did we eliminate some of these other skilled trades? If you know the answer, why have we only just stuck to HVAC, plumbing, and electrical?
It is my understanding from talking to the folks who work in this field who are advocating for this piece of legislation, that these are the trades where the offsite fabrication takes place. If between now and when we pass this bill, which hopefully we will on the floor, we find that there is something that we left out there, we would always be open to including it. But for purposes of enforcement and for the Department of Labor, I think it's really important that we are very specific about which trades we are including under this bill. Again, if if it came to a point where you brought to our attention, we were excluding someone who, a trade that we were unintentionally, that we were not intentionally trying to exclude, we would certainly be open to considering that.
Thank you for that. And again, I did listen to the proponents of the bill. I'm not convinced that it's limited to just these 3 or 4. I think there are, hundreds of different components that go into putting together a building. And if I think this is what we're asking for based on what I see as an overreach. But if we're just focusing on 3 or 4, I think there are many other areas that could be looked at, and I think that that's a miss. I think we don't take into consideration that the whole building may be manufactured off-site, some of these wooden structures and just dropped into place, or concrete that's formed off-site and dropped into place. All these could be subject to prevailing wage, and I think what we're asking for is something, it's a very complex designing and building a building, and I think the bill's asking too much as it is. Having said that, I wanted to make some points after listening to the testimony that, from my perspective, as being as objective as I can, is that we have, some of the people providing testimony talked about this, as I alluded to before, the sophisticated equipment. So gone are the days, in some cases, of having mechanics and plumbers and pipe fitters and some of the people building these complex systems. Gone are the days of having, generally speaking, of having these complex pieces of equipment fabricated on site. And the reason being, as we heard, is that the measuring methods for measuring are much more precise in a controlled environment. You don't have, you're in a controlled environment. Ideally, this equipment is manufactured and constructed in a controlled environment, free from the elements. So you don't have somebody out on a 95-degree day trying to put this stuff together. The blueprints, all the measurements are much more precise, as we heard, in a controlled environment versus somebody's also being out on a 22-degree day, or in the rain, or what other elements that there are out there. And what we heard as part of the testimony also is that the companies have invested, in some cases, millions of dollars in this equipment to make, to make it so that somebody can be in a controlled environment, comfortable, not subject to the elements, and in exchange has, they've put a huge investment in equipment that you couldn't possibly do if this was being built on site. So I think that this bill, we've overlooked that piece of it. That in some cases, the companies, whether open shop or union, are maybe relying on a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment to take the place of or to assist the workers in stuff that, I don't know this to be true, but I think what I heard was that it would be very difficult to build some of these complex systems today without, there's more errors are likely to be committed if this were built on site. So I think we've not taken into consideration the cost and expense and investment in this equipment. I haven't heard, we heard testimony that said from people who said they believe it to be occurring. I don't think we were presented with proof that this is occurring. I don't know if that's got to come through, Department of Labor investigation, or I'm not sure how we get to the bottom to prove this is occurring. I know it was alleged. I'm not saying that it isn't, but I didn't, we weren't provided with proof. To my recollection, and I will stand corrected to anybody who brings that here. We heard a lot of testimony, but I don't recall somebody pointing to statistics saying here, a number of investigations performed by the DOL resulted in X number of violations. It was insinuated and it was claimed, but I don't believe that was proved. So I'll leave that because we removed that language. I had some other comments to make regarding some of the other systems, I think for now. Maybe we can talk about this offline. Not offline, but after the meeting. I won't tie up the meeting. Because we removed that but limited to language. I still think it presents an issue here, but a lot of my comments were directed towards that. So thank you. I'll conclude my comments here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My good colleague covered most of the questions that I had, but I just wanted to point out that anytime we expand the prevailing wage laws in this state, we increase costs. This will undoubtedly, when you ask the proponents of this, they will even say that, yes, this will increase costs because workers will have to be paid more. This will increase the bids, and that will end up falling on our taxpayers. Now, they will say that it's not significant cost increases, but I will say in a time where costs are ever expanding in every facet of the economy, even some of those small increases can add up, and that is just not what we should be doing as a state. To get more philosophical about it, I mean, I'm of the understanding that a wage is an agreement between an employer and an employee. There's no such thing as as a finite definition for what a wage costs. It is an agreement between an employer and an employee of payment rendered for services rendered. And to put a finite point on it, not only raises the cost of these projects, but also is detrimental to workers who want to get into this field. Let's say the prevailing wage rate is set at $40 an hour. If you don't provide $40 an hour worth of output, you're just not getting hired. It doesn't matter if you are willing to work for $35 an hour, or you're willing to work for $30 an hour. If it's mandatory that you're paid this wage, you don't get a job. So while yes, this does benefit some workers, there are also some other workers that it does not benefit. And hearing before that this wouldn't apply to contractors based out of the state of Connecticut. For example, New Hampshire doesn't have a prevailing law wage, and they don't provide prevailing wage for these offsite manufacturing projects. So what's to stop a company from saying, well, it's too expensive to do it here in Connecticut. We might have some delivery costs, but if we calculate it all out, we can save a buck on the wages doing it in another state or even in another country. Does that help Connecticut businesses at all? Does that help Connecticut workers? I would argue it doesn't. So no questions for the proponent today. I'm just very sad to see this on the agenda. This is just eroding our protections for the taxpayer, and I don't think this is a good way. This is allowing our municipalities and state to be good stewards of their money. So thank you, and I will not be supporting this.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Good morning. My colleagues have done a really good job of talking about some of the concerns on this bill. So I'll just add my 2 cents, maybe a little bit more than that, actually. Just reading the testimony, first and foremost, I noticed there was testimony all over the place on this issue. And, some of the things that were mentioned in the testimony haven't really been discussed by the committee. I'm reading one piece of testimony. I just pulled it up. This is from Lynn Houle. And she says, are we trying to put small businesses out of business rather? She's saying that these are in her shop, for example, her folks that are doing this type of fabrication are very pleased. They're content with their wages. They're not looking for more money. And she points out something that I thought was very interesting is that, you have a choice, sometimes what job you're doing in the trades. And you can either, work outside in the freezing cold, and yet you might make a more substantial wage because prevailing wage exists there. But if you're in the shop, maybe you make a little bit less, but you're in the warm, heated shop, you probably work, better hours, etc. So, I mean, this is a choice that will ultimately go away. And what you'll end up with is you'll end up losing some of those, those folks as a result, because it's going to be a much better job, obviously, to be working in the shop now than it is to get paid a little more outside. I just thought that was an interesting take on the testimony. What's really clear to me is what's going to happen with this bill is that you're going to create an incentive for people to find ways to do their offsite fabrication outside of Connecticut. I think this committee, if they had the power to, would certainly require the prevailing wage law to extend outside our borders into other states and other countries, in fact. But thankfully, they don't have the power to do that. So this is going to only apply in the state of Connecticut if it becomes law. But that means that, contractors are going to obviously look for ways to come up with, cheaper ways to fabricate these materials so they can make more profit. And the way they're going to do that is, to contract with people out of state. So I think this is a terrible incentive to that might harm employers and employees in the state of Connecticut as a result. And, the fact that it covers subcontractors, which is something that I wasn't aware of until we actually had the question today, to me, I mean, it just opens the door to major changes in the way these types of projects are completed. I'll just speak generally about prevailing wage. First thing that I want to make clear is that when it comes to this building, clearly the majority party has a strong desire to increase the amount of prevailing wage legislation that exists and how far reaching it is. But I talk to Democrats outside of this building, particularly folks that serve in municipal government, and they're just as strong proponents for limiting prevailing wage as my Republican town folks. So, I mean, they're dealing with this on the front lines. Here, the majority is making policy for political purposes and trying to engender favor with the, union employment out in the world. But towns actually have to make real concrete decisions about policy, costs, and their own fate as elected officials when they're contracting for projects. And I don't care what party you're in. If you're in a town government across Connecticut, you are facing ridiculous costs. And a lot of that is the result of prevailing wage. And those folks don't want to see it. Every year, the town of Cheshire sends me up here with a list of things that they want. And every year, one thing that's on it is to, start limiting prevailing wage because of the impact it's having on that democratically run town. I was just doing a little, research online while listening to the conversation, and the average increase in costs for prevailing wage projects versus non-prevailing wage projects ranges from 10 to 25%. That basically, as was pointed out by both of my colleagues, means more costs, period. And those costs end up being borne by taxpayers at the end of the day. I think prevailing wage results in reduced competition. And you can see how that's going to happen in this particular case too. It discourages non-union contractors from even attempting to bid. I think that when you have less bidders, that also means less competition. And all this means higher property taxes. It means higher state taxes. All of my towns obviously get this. And I'm hopeful that this is one of those bills where I can get some, municipal leaders in both parties across the state to start speaking up and putting the brakes on it. I'm concerned how this impacts small contractors. A lot of them are, small private firms. A lot of them are minority-owned businesses. Those people are the ones that suffer when you start creating this, go-to sector for public works projects. And, I'll just end my remarks by saying one more word, and that's affordability. I'm talking about taxes and impact on property taxes, but at the end of the day, when you ask Connecticut residents what's the number one issue on their mind, it's affordability. The fact that everything costs more, the fact that it's very difficult to get by and pay your bills these days with the cost of energy and electricity. The fact is that this is going to make things cost more. And we should be trying to do the exact opposite in this legislature, in my view. And I'll be a no today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? If not, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 1, Senate Bill 1370, an act requiring workers performing off-site custom fabrication for a public works project to be paid prevailing wage rates. The motion is to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6331. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will be holding votes open on all of the agenda items today. And we'll announce the time at which we will conclude our voting at the end of this meeting. The next item on the agenda is item number 2, and that is Senate Bill number 829, an act concerning pre and post shift hours. And this is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill will make clear that an employer is required to pay employees when they are waiting for screening for security purposes. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We've had this bill before us before, and we've had quite a bit of dialogue on it. And as far as I can tell, this is already the case. I don't know of a single employer that does not pay their employees for the time they spend in security screenings or wouldn't be required to do under current law. So I'm happy to support this bill, although I don't think it achieves a single thing.
Any other comments, questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that DOL in their testimony, just to add a little color to my Senator Sampson's comments that they felt it was unnecessary. I'm inclined to support it today if it's going to add clarity, but we do have testimony from the Department of Labor saying this bill is unnecessary. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 2, Senate Bill 829, an act concerning pre and post shift hours. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 3 on the agenda is Senate Bill number 1030, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, and this is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill would make a change in the statute to provide reasonable break times for an employee who is expressing milk. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My understanding of this bill is that we're trying to make Connecticut law match and coincide with federal law regarding what's considered to be reasonable break time for this purpose. Am I correct about that?
You are correct that there was a legislation passed and it's in federal statutes. There is language that provides reasonable break times.
Thank you very much for that answer. We've had the similar titled bills come before the legislature over the last, maybe even 5 or 6 years, probably. And I've not supported them in the past because most of those, in my view, were pretty significant mandates on small businesses. And I've never seen it as a real issue. We always ask, is there any testimony about this? I mean, people anecdotally will say things on the various committees and so forth, but we never just seem to get a lot of testimony from people experiencing a circumstance where their employer is preventing them from being able to engage in, nursing or, expressing their milk, et cetera. The thing is, this particular proposal, I don't have an issue with at all because I think it's very reasonable. It's limited, and again, it's conforming with federal law. I just wanted to make that distinction because, it's been very difficult over the years. It's sort of like one of the things that shows up at campaign time. Oh, you voted against, women breastfeeding, you evil, whatever. And it's just so frustrating because, we're trying to do a good job here. We're trying to make sure that to maintain relationships between employers and employees. There's just, I don't think this type of thing happens in the world where we have to actually mandate every last single behavior that goes on in the world. The state governments, you got to have a compelling interest to engage in something. And to me, that means there's got to be a problem first. And then it's also got to be a problem that justifies state involvement. Again, I just go on and on about that issue because it is frustrating. But I want to just announce that I'm happy to support this particular bill regarding breastfeeding in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 3, Senate Bill 1030, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Yes. Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, Senate Bill number 1371, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher contract terminations and making the decision of a neutral hearing officer in teacher contract termination hearings binding on the parties. And this is a JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 6310. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would provide for a neutral hearing officer to make a final and binding decision in contract termination hearings. There's S language here. The S language clarifies there. In the original drafting of this bill, we intended this to cover all reasons specified in statute for a just cause termination. For a termination, we want to be sure that the just cause and binding arbitration provisions apply to all of those. It also removes the option for tenured teachers to have a hearing before a BOE subcommittee. Other than that, it's minor and conforming changes. Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll have to admit that this was a tough one for me because, the CEA approached me with some pretty compelling testimony on this issue. No one wants a teacher to be fired for political reasons, for, as they will say, looking wrong at a superintendent. We want to make sure in the state that our teachers not only can work and thrive in their jobs, but also are not afraid to speak up, because if they're noticing something that's wrong and the current laws make it an environment for them where they don't feel like they can voice that, then I have significant concerns for that. But I also have significant concerns about eroding local control, and we'll get into that in a second. But first, let's talk about what the bill here does today. So the termination of a teacher is not governed by collective bargaining, but by state law here. So normally in these cases, I would say, well, just if they want those protections, they can bargain for them. But here, it's state law. And so my first question regarding the just cause standard portion of this. So what this does is it takes the standard of other due and sufficient cause for a reason to fire a teacher to just cause. So does this standard narrow down the reasons for which a teacher can be terminated? And if so, how does it differ from the other due and sufficient cause standard?
This bill specifically will require that a hearing officer make the determination if there was just cause, and hearing officers are trained and expert in taking evidence and making those determinations.
Thank you. Maybe that's a better question. Does OLR have a definition of just
You have to ask through the
Oh,
chair. You don't
yeah.
get to ask OLR.
through you, Madam Chair? Does OLR have a
I think if you want to ask OLR after this meeting, you can, but I feel like I have provided a sufficient answer. These are there are hearing officers that perform these responsibilities and are neutral arbitrators in all kinds of state employment and private employment. And they are expert in providing this. This standard exists in our state for all the other employees that are represented. And so I don't think that there's any need to go to OLR and ask about nuances that you may have found in some dictionary that you read, or Googling it. So if you have a question after the meeting, I encourage you to speak to OLR.
Fair enough. I really do think it's important to litigate these things for the public and to if we're going to be changing a law, the proponents should be able to at least articulate what the just cause standard means from a legal perspective. I think that's a really important distinction to make. But yes, I will. If that's the case, I will talk to OLR afterwards. In terms of the neutral arbiter, typically, how is a neutral arbiter selected in these scenarios?
Typically, neutrals are selected by the parties. And so both parties typically have the opportunity to be part of the process of selecting an arbitrator. In some cases, there's already a panel that's established and is in place for those types of decision-making. That's typically how it's done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And would a Board of Education, if there was an adverse decision made by this neutral arbiter to them, would they have any ability to appeal that decision?
When we say that a neutral's decision is final and binding, that means the only basis for which you can challenge that would be under very strict guidelines where you can show that there was some type of malfeasance or, there's a very high standard of showing that the neutral was influenced by something other than the evidence that was provided in that hearing.
And so I guess that brings to the heart of my issue with this bill is that here in Connecticut, I think we really place a high value on local control. We have boards of education for a reason, and that reason is because we want to give our constituents the ability to choose the individuals who create the teaching landscape in their community. And chief among those decisions is who will be teaching those children. And in the instance where you have an individual who is terminated, where let's say that it went to the neutral arbiter, the arbiter said this person should be stayed on and reprimanded, the Board of Education ignores that and decides to terminate them anyways. That actually, in the testimony provided by CABE and CAPS, there is case law that an individual was able to go around their Board of Education, and the state Supreme Court actually sided with this individual. This individual decided, it's Tucker versus Board of Education in 1979, where a teacher went to their Board of Education or to their employer and asked for permission to take a trip with her husband to San Francisco for 4 days and was denied. And she decided to go anyways. When she got back, she was terminated. The case went before a neutral arbiter, and the arbiter said, you can't fire this person over this. You should instead reprimand them and provide, mandatory 5 days of unpaid leave. And it went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court sided against the Board of Education with this individual. So there are situations where if the BOE and the arbiter disagree, there's already redress for the individual. But I think the thing that seals this for me is Commissioner Russell Tucker of the Department of Education, her testimony against this, saying that it is the right of the local school board to determine who does and does not teach there. They are elected and they represent the will of the community in that process. And a neutral arbiter, while they may claim to be neutral, every individual has biases. And who would you rather have making the decisions over the people that are hired to teach your children? And I ask this to anybody watching. Think about it. Do you want some person that you've never met before, you have no idea what their background is, claims to be neutral, which they may be, they very well may be, and I'm sure in many or most cases they are? Or would you rather have the exact people that you understand, that you've talked to, that maybe you've grown up with, that you trust to make those decisions on what are the standards for a teacher in your school. I would rather have that control at the local level. And I mean, even the proponents of this bill will argue that these cases are rare where an individual is terminated. It goes to a neutral arbiter. The arbiter decides one way, the BOE decides the other way. So I don't see a need here to completely overhaul the teacher termination system that we have over these rare cases that already have a course for redress. Requiring a board of eds and communities to abdicate their right to choose who works in their schools flies right in the face of local control. An idea that we really hold dear here, and therefore I cannot support this bill today. So that concludes my remarks, and I appreciate the indulgence of the chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Canito did a great job. You took a lot of my material, some of the questions that and concerns that I have with this, but I wanted to reiterate that when all of us up here, either side of the aisle, are elected, we are, we are not beholden to this body or this building. We are supposed to be representing the people back home with what as the expectations that they've set for us when we were voted into office. So I think all of us bear responsibility to keep that control local. The same boards of ed that we're looking in this bill to take away the authority from, those are the same people who had authority to grant the hiring of the same teachers that we're talking about here. So I think it's a little bit misguided. That may not be the word, but it's a little bit inconsistent to say on one hand that the Board of Education can authorize the hiring of a teacher. Maybe they're not involved in the hiring process, but they authorize the superintendent or the principal or the vice principal or the department head, however the organizational structure is set up within the school system. Those people are authorized to make that hiring decision. And at which point it comes time to part ways with the teacher for whatever reason, that Board of Ed, I think, should have that ultimate authority. As Representative Canino pointed out, if there's a disagreement, there are forms of redress beyond the Board of Education, but to through legislation here immediately remove their authority, I think we're doing them a disservice. I am certainly no attorney, but just a real brief look is that by changing this from due and sufficient cause to just cause, we've raised the standard and made it more difficult to terminate a teacher who may have, it just makes it harder to terminate. And on top of that, now we've removed the authority from the Board of Education. So I think it's just something to remember that, I won't speak for everybody here, but I certainly feel a responsibility to my local towns to represent them, to have their best interests in mind. I appreciate what's going on in perhaps Prospect and Southington and elsewhere in the state, but I really am committed to representing the 55th district. And so if by enacting this legislation, this is one more step to remove that local control. Again, Representative Canino pointed out that the Education Commissioner of Connecticut opposes this legislation. I don't think with the way we talk about there being a teacher shortage and it being difficult to hire teachers, I don't think there's any Board of Education around here or any principal who's going to look to terminate a quality performing teacher for looking at them sideways or over a disagreement. And if that does happen in a I don't want to say ever or never, because there shouldn't be any absolutes. In the instance where that happens and there isn't adequate grounds or aren't adequate grounds for the termination, there's redress through more than one, and it doesn't involve necessarily an arbitrator. So I certainly can't support this. I think we've, by making it harder for a Board of Education or a principal or a superintendent who are the closest people to that teacher, if the teacher, if they're looking to terminate a teacher, those people have the absolute, they're the closest to working with these people every day. And so I think we are doing an absolute disservice by removing that authority, which has worked for a long period of time, just fine. And in the small number of cases where this occurs, I think there are alternate measures that don't involve action from this legislature saying this is how it shall be every single time, and remove that control. So for today, I will be a no on this. I support our teachers. As I said before, my mother was a teacher. My brother is a teacher. My daughter is a teacher. Can't find, it's hard to find a group of people who are more dedicated to their jobs, it's a tough job. And my mother noted that because she taught for close to 40 years, and it certainly hasn't gotten any easier. But when you have somebody who's not performing to the standard, and it may be beyond that, it may be circumstances that have nothing to do, it may be something that was inappropriate or risky to the, put a child in danger. There may be another number of reasons that don't just involve something that could be corrected through disciplinary action. We're removing that ability for the local people to have that say over how they're ultimately, which teachers are teaching their children. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Senator Sampson. And Representative Canino, you might want to undo your. Yeah. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I want to follow up on some of the comments of my colleagues, but before I do that, I want to respectfully highlight a concern, Madam Chairman, and that is that I think it's critical that members of this committee have equal access to the nonpartisan staff when it comes to clarification of legislation, and what the bills are before us when it comes to the law, legislative language, and so forth. And I think denying such access undermines our ability to make informed decisions on behalf of our constituents. And I just believe it would serve the integrity of this committee to ensure that everyone is treated equitably and they have access to those resources. Could you just clarify for me the procedure regarding access to the nonpartisan staff for members of the committee? And does the majority have more access than the minority?
No, they do not. You can always approach the OLR staff, the nonpartisan staff, OLR or LCO or OFA. You have equal access.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I think you're referring to when we're not in the midst of a meeting. We're here making laws. We're debating on bills that are before us at this very moment. And we're in a fact-finding process very often as members of the minority, often presented with substitute language mere hours before this meeting. And we have questions. And sometimes, getting those questions from the nonpartisan staff is not going to happen prior to the meeting. And in fact, I believe it should happen in the public view. If we ask a question like that, we should certainly be able to ask and have answers that we're confident are accurate. So I'm referring to while we're in the midst of a meeting in a situation that very similar to what just occurred with Representative Canino asking a question and inquiring whether or not we could get clarification from the Office of Legislative Research.
I believe that, as I stated, that request for consultation has to go through the chair. And I made that point, and then I think it's up to the chair to decide whether to pause the meeting or not.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Certainly, I don't mean any disrespect to the chair. We purposely do go through the chair. I think Representative Canino asked the question through you. Okay. Okay.
And I'm sorry for interrupting you. I will say on the record that at the time that Representative Canino asked the question, he did not go through the chair. He looked over to OLR and asked the question of OLR directly. And I pointed out that he had to go through the chair, which he then did.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that clarification. But my question still stands. In the future, if we have a similar question, can we ask through the chair to have a question answered by the nonpartisan staff?
You can always ask through the chair, and I think it's up to the chair to determine whether or not to pause the meeting at that point.
Is that your opinion, or is that part of our rules?
That is my opinion, but if you'd like to pause the meeting, I will ask about the rules.
I don't want to disrupt the meeting for this purpose, and I think we can move on. But I do believe that we should clarify for the future because I do believe this issue is in the rules. And I just like for the edification of all of the members here, we should know what the ability of the members are to get that type of information when we're in the midst of a debate. And I'm just going to go right into the bill proposal. My intent was not to disrupt the meeting with this conversation. I just wanted to make sure that we had some clarification about how this process should work. So the bill that is before us, which is proposed substitute 1371 regarding the just cause standard for terminations of teachers. You know, we've heard some good dialogue already from my colleagues, and they've expressed the concerns that I share. You know, in the private sector, in the state of Connecticut, there's at-will employment. You know, that means that you can be fired for basically any reason whatsoever. In fact, they don't need to give you a reason at all. And the fact of the matter is that teachers are already granted protections, partly because they exist in our state statute and partly because they have the protection of a labor union. So they are already at a distinct advantage when it comes to negotiating their employment and potential termination. The idea that somehow a single administrator could just fire a teacher for looking at them sideways or some other, you know, anecdotal kind of commentary is just not accurate. The fact of the matter is that decision is going to be made by multiple people. It's going to be reviewed by multiple people, and it will be brought into the public light if there was ever a situation like that. It's just not going to happen in that way. You know, I polled a number of teachers that I know. Full disclosure, my fiance is a teacher, and I didn't ask her this question, but I've talked to some other folks about this type of policy before, and their opinion has always been the same. Whenever I bring up something like this, they go, "Well, all of these policies help bad teachers, not good teachers. You know, they help the folks that are not putting in the full effort, and they protect people that sometimes maybe ought to go." And I think that's a shame. I think that generally speaking, we want to have the best possible, you know, people educating the future leaders of our country. And I want to see, you know, the most quality teachers be able to be hired and continue to work and educate our students. And, you know, when you create an artificial set of restrictions preventing an administration from being able to maintain the quality of their workforce, and I think that's what this bill proposes to do, I think that creates a problem. I want to protect good teachers is what I want to do. I want to make sure that they're empowered in the classroom, that they actually have the ability to teach. And, you know, we do so much in this building, piling on mandates and having them fill out forms and all kinds of stuff beyond the role of being a teacher. And that's a frustration I have. And the teachers that I know, we're on the same page, which is, you know, empower the teachers to have control of their classroom and to be actually able to do their job instead of a lot of other things that end up being, you know, piled upon them. My colleagues already mentioned the local control issue, which is the other aspect of this bill. Even if I was able to get past the increased requirements for just cause versus what's already in the bill, which is a set of limitations on the administration, the idea that we're going to take and transfer the responsibility of making this decision from the actual employer, which in my view is the people that are, you know, who live in that education district, for lack of a better sense of geography. These are the people that elect the Board of Education, and the Board of Education employs the administration of the school. You know, all of it goes back to the employer is the parents and people that live in that community. This bill takes that away. This bill says that those people don't have a say anymore. We're going to let some bureaucrat who may not even live in the same state, let alone in the same jurisdiction, decide for that school whether a teacher is going to stay or go. That's an absurdity in my mind. I don't think that if we started polling people on the street that they would agree that we should take that away from the local Board of Education and empower a single bureaucrat to make that decision. I think it's bad policy based on that. I think about some of the things that are going on in the news today. I was listening to the radio the other day, and there was this big dust up in this town of Enfield over a teacher that is trying to make a huge issue because they were disciplined by the school district for flying a Black Lives Matter flag. And this comes after just a few months ago, there was a big dust up because someone was fired because they had a cross at their desk. These are decisions that need to be managed locally. And I think there's a far greater danger. It was mentioned earlier that, we don't want people to get fired based on politics and things like that. Well, guess what? There is a far greater danger of that happening in a situation where you're putting one unelected, a person who is just a member of a bureaucracy to be able to make that decision than it is to have an open and public process where the people that actually represent the community are the ones making the decision. This is just a bad policy overall, Madam Chairman, and I'll be a no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 4, Senate Bill 1371, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher contract terminations and making the decision of a neutral hearing officer in teacher contract termination hearings binding on the parties. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6310. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yeah.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Going to item number 5 on our agenda, it's SB number 1488, an act authorizing the comptroller to withhold payment for violations of the prevailing wage statutes. And this is a J up to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill would allow the comptroller to stop payment when a contractor or subcontractor has been notified to stop work based on an investigation by the Department of Labor. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that the way I see it, this bill goes really hand in hand with the bill we're going to see a little bit later about the 6955 regarding wages paid. So this is kind of the two of them, I think, go together. That the way I see it, 6955, if there was found a violation in this bill now, we're going to involve the comptroller. Is that an accurate description of that?
Addressing this bill, this involves the comptroller on public works projects where the state is allowed under this statute, where the comptroller would be allowed to stop payment to a contractor.
Okay.
I believe the other proposed bill goes beyond public works projects.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I just having worked on some of the projects similar to this, in line 70 and 71 talks about the comptroller may withhold payment of money to the contractor or subcontractor where the stop work order was issued against. Madam Chair, can you confirm that, or could, I'm going to say in my experience, the subcontractor is never paid directly. Can you give me an example of how that how the subcontractor might receive money directly from state funds?
I don't have direct knowledge of this, but this bill was drafted with the comptroller's office. So I assume that there could be an instance, even if there hasn't been one to date, I assume there could be an instance where the subcontractor was being paid directly by the state. In which case, if that were the case, then they would be able to stop payment.
Thank you for that answer. I It's not been my experience that that is the case. I'm happy to be corrected. Maybe I'll follow up with the comptroller at some later date. But as I explained to the comptroller when he was here to testify, and I've made the same claim on, I voiced the same concerns on 6955, is that by going after the general contractor for a subcontractor violation, there's entirely the chance that we put a stop on a job and affect contractors who are working after that contractor through no fault of their own. Somebody a contractor who comes later in the construction process could be caught up in an issue that has nothing to do with that contractor. So I want to make the distinction. I'm not aware of a subcontractor being paid. It'll be the GC who will get cut off. Even if the violation was performed by was committed by a different subcontractor. So the concrete installer may have caused the violation, and the framing person coming in after them could be affected through no fault of the framer, because the money, as far as I can tell, flows through the general contractor, not the subcontractor. So I'm not sure that I don't, the subcontractors don't bid directly with the state. As far as I can tell, it's a general contractor who then subs the work out. Money flows through the general contractor who has agreements with the subs. And I think this is just another tentacle of 6955, where we've now given authority to the comptroller, which I think is out of his purview to begin with. I've said that before. I'd like him to concentrate on his core, kind of the core mission of the comptroller's office, and not get involved in direct payments. But that being said, when we get into this and 6955, I think this is going to have a ripple effect down the construction chain, where we could be really, this could be punitive towards contractors who are falling further in line. So I wanted to get that on the record, that I don't think the money goes through the subcontractor. And that may just be something that can be corrected, or maybe somebody can provide me with an example of maybe I'm misinterpreting this. But I'm a no today. I think that the message of this bill, when it ties in with 6955, is a bad one to send. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to point out, and this might be something you want to look into, but currently under these types of public works projects, the Department of Labor can already, under its authority, ask the contractor or force the contractor to make payment. So I think that what we're saying, the only thing we're changing here is, in this particular bill, is only the ability, giving the authority to the comptroller to withhold payment. Just to be clear. Sure.
Just so I understand, I think, so if the Department of Labor can mandate that if a wage violation is brought forward, and the DOL investigates, and through their investigation, they find that the violation has indeed occurred, then they can compel that contractor to make the payments, which I have no issue with. But here we're saying that I don't believe it says that the Department of Labor has to complete. I don't believe that investigation has to be complete by the way that I read this. And the comptroller could be authorized. So I'll need to look at this
Well,
closely.
Maybe I can help with that. I think it says that after issuing a stop work order. So I don't think the Commissioner of Labor issues a stop work order until the investigation is complete. But I also want to point out that I don't think we want to be paying contractors where there are wage statutes that are being violated. So I think it is a question of, do we want to spend tax dollars on a project when there are wage violations going on, or other violations of wage standards? Just, and it's, I don't mean to, I'm not suggesting that I'm going to convince you that this is, that you should change your mind on this, but I do think that this already exists in terms of being able to compel the contractor. And the main point here is to allow the comptroller to withhold payment to the contractor or subcontractor.
Thank you for that, and I think it's good that we can have a back and forth to better understand what this is all about. I'm going to be a no today, but I will look into this further. I would like to better understand whether in fact the Labor Commissioner has to have completed the investigation, not just issued a stop work order. I mean, my fear is that you could have a claim made and a stop work order occur. So I'll look into that further and make that clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 5, Senate Bill 1488, an act authorizing the comptroller to withhold payment for violations of the prevailing wage statutes. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes. I'm sorry, Sampson is no. Forgive me.
understood. Representative Weir,
No,
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gothier, Representative Master Francesco, Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving to item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill number 6408, an act expanding compensation to dependents for a death resulting from an accident. And this is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that will provide that where, which would provide where there is no dependent, we're adding that the next of kin of the deceased employee would receive payment. I do want to point out that we've had some conversations with the Department of Administrative Services and OPM. I think we're all committed to working on this and maybe further defining next of kin and the circumstances. But I think for today, we want to move this out of committee and continue those conversations. They've not registered any opposition to this. Let me be clear. So any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
thank you, Madam Chair. I think we heard some compelling testimony on this, so I'll be a yes out of here today. I do look forward to seeing that language clarified so that it doesn't add any undue burden on DAS, and that we make sure that what came out of this room today is what the intent was. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 6, House Bill 6408, an act expanding compensation to dependents for a death resulting from an accident. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes,
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gothier, Representative Master Francesco, Representative Shake.
Yes.
Is there anyone whose name I did not call? Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, actually, hold on one second. I'm going to take a brief pause. We're going to take a short recess and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Okay, we will be back on the record. And we will move to item number 7 on our agenda, that's Senate Bill number 1486, an act concerning temporary state employees and collective bargaining. And this is the JF to the floor. Is there a motion? And there's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would provide the right to collective bargaining to temporary employees. Any questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill has to do with allowing temporary state employees to collectively bargain. So these are temporary jobs. Think about your lifeguards, seasonal workers in the parks, you name it. When this bill is changed, would there be anything in this legislation requiring an individual to opt in to the labor union or the collective bargaining unit, or is this just kind of voluntary?
It would be the same, it would be covered by the same current law that allows an employee to determine whether or not to join a union.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chair. And do we anticipate a fiscal note to be associated with this legislation? I'm sure, if more individuals are going to be part of this union, that there could be some increased labor costs.
I haven't anticipated it. After we JF it, there will be a determination whether there'd be a fiscal note, but I think it's likely to assume there would be some fiscal note. Can't imagine that it would be very large.
Thank you. I have my reservations about this legislation before us here today, simply because I believe that is in the spirit of these collective bargaining agreements of some sort of a permanence to employment, and allowing temporary workers to engage in this doesn't really seem fair to me, to the people who are working those jobs year round. And the preferential hiring piece of this bill as well, giving preferential hiring to those temporary workers when they seek permanent positions. I really believe everyone should be on the same playing field, and the state should kind of be more blind in that position to their previous status as a temporary worker. So unfortunately, this is going to be a no to me for the reasons expressed. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to belabor this too much. Representative Canino did a nice job, but I also want to point out that just 3 days ago, the governor announced a hiring freeze due to the costs. What basically the impending kind of budget issue that we're going to be dealing with throughout over the next several months, and hopefully we're able to solve it this session and not end the session without a budget. However, this clearly has the potential to add costs. People who testified, I think it was very compelling. It was, I heard a young man, who was very committed to his, lifeguard position and training with the state parks and the role he played in being a consistent person in that role. But I do look at these jobs as somewhat, they're temporary. And so in some cases, people may come back year after year after year to the same job, or they may not, and they may move on. These may be high school students or college students filling time in a great way to earn a living and experience. And then they move on to something else. So I think and I believe the expectation was to raise wages and to have better benefits, and all that does at the end of the day come at a cost to the state of Connecticut. And with the budget issues that we're facing, the hiring freeze, I think this is a bad message to take up at this time. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I do want to make one comment. Since there's a young man who lives in my district who has worked as a seasonal lifeguard for, I think he said close to 10 years. And he's very good, I'm sure. I checked with the lifeguard that was here the other day to testify. He did know him and did say, yes, he's great. He actually supervises other lifeguards. when I asked him about this, he said that that it would really be helpful to have collective bargaining rights because there are so many conditions that they have no say in. And that when you have the collective bargaining rights, you'd have a say in it and you'd have an opportunity to have a voice at work. And so I was very moved by it. Unfortunately, he was unable to be here to testify, but on his behalf, I am very happy that we're raising this bill and look forward to seeing its passage. So with that, I will ask if the clerk will call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 7, Senate Bill 1486, an act concerning temporary state employees and collective bargaining. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And as I noted at the outset of this meeting, there are a number of committee members who are serving on other committees and are in other meetings. And therefore, we are holding open votes today. Moving to item number 8, House Bill number 7196, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would limit employers from requiring employees to sign a non-compete agreement under certain circumstances. Any comments or questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this bill pertains to making provisions of a non-compete agreement void and unenforceable for some specific types of agreements. But the one that really jumps out is for any worker working an hourly wage less than 3 times the minimum wage, which would be $49.05 an hour. I was just through you, Madam Chair, why was that dollar amount chosen?
And I am going to turn the chair over to my co-chair, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Senator. That number in the original bill that we had proposed several years back was similar to that of the one that was produced in Washington, where we could capture more positions. And that's the reasoning for the 3 times the minimum wage. So it just makes it broader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that would doing a rough calculation, that would be workers earning up to about $100,000 a year. So I know in years past, we've had fast food workers come here. We've had a number of lower wage workers come here and ask for this agreement or this bill to be passed because, they make the argument that a fry cook at McDonald's should not be subject to a non-compete. And we can get into the, morality of that, but I mean, we're talking way past that now. We're going up into middle management, people making some serious bucks, and also people who are subject or who are going to be receiving some intellectual property pieces, going to be receiving a lot of training and investment in them from their employer. And so in that case, it really is in an employer's interest to want to protect that investment and to protect the intellectual property. Now, another bill before this committee is going to take a look at the NDAs, but in combination with this, if I'm a business and I want to come either start a business in Connecticut or move to Connecticut, and I see that this state has seemingly no interest in protecting the intellectual property that invest in the investments in my workers, why would I want to set up shop here? This is just a direct violation of voluntary employment where an employee and an employer are consensually negotiating the terms of their employment. And if an employer says, listen, I want to hire you, but before I hire you, we need to make sure that everything that we're discussing here is protected and that you're not going to just get a year or two under your belt here with me and then go and take all of that training with you to one of our competitors. You could take some clients with you as well. I know that there are many individuals in, let's say the sales world or even the lobbying world where they make good relationships with certain clients. And their employer doesn't want them to just take those relationships that they built while working there and bring them right over to the competitor. Um, you know, and if an employer feels that it is necessary to require a new hire to sign a non-compete, they should be able to. No one is forcing them to sign that. It is completely under their own volition. And I've heard arguments saying that, well, for example, in the fast food industry, you might be forced to sign one to work at McDonald's and you don't want to sign it, so you go to Burger King and they require it as well. Well, that's just one sector. I mean, I would be shocked if even the vast majority of those companies required them for those low wage jobs. But even if that is the case, which it very well could be, there are plenty other avenues of employment. And especially in a state where there are over 70,000 job openings and not enough individuals seeking work to fill those job openings, there's no shortage of employment opportunities. Therefore, people can have a little bit of prejudice in the jobs that they want to take. And if the terms of that employment don't satisfy them, then they are very free to choose something else. But this is a very gross overreach into private contracts. It really violates those fundamental principles that we hold dear in terms of our employment sector and wanting to hold high the ideals of voluntary employment. And if these are prohibited for workers earning below a certain wage, employers might reduce investment in training and development, knowing that they can't protect against the loss of a trained employee to a competitor. And it will create an environment where, we will see those investments in employees begin to diminish. So for those reasons stated above, I really can't support this. I really don't see even a way to get this to be somewhere workable, because it is just in strict violation of our individual rights as employers and employees in the state. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you. Is it Madam Chair or Mr. Chair?
Well, I'll turn the chair over to my good co-chair so that we don't have to go back and forth.
Thank you, Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have, I'll make some statements on this because this is not the first time we've seen this bill, but I also have some questions. And I know we've spoken about this at length over the past couple of years, both in a setting like this and also, just talked anecdotally about why these are needed and maybe some of our difference of opinion in how and why these apply. Mr. Chair, I wanted just to point out that in the case of an employee, my colleague pointed out that it's $49.05 an hour or less, anybody earning that, but that over the course of a full year is $102,000. In the case of an independent contractor, that's $81.75 an hour, which is 5 times the minimum wage. That's how I got that, which over a course of a full year is $170,000. And to me, those numbers aren't as relevant as to why the question that I have is why we're honing in on a dollar figure. Mr. Chair, some of the discussions we've had talked about different industries affected. Can you elaborate as to why, what industries we've heard from where there are legitimate or there are complaints and concerns about these non-competes being overreaching and, arbitrary and capricious? Through you, Mr. Chair.
We have heard, I can speak individually. I've heard from folks in healthcare, insurance, and some of the trades.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And within those 3 industries, or the trades are a larger industry, but there's varying degrees of earning, and you may have somebody healthcare who's a doctor. I've heard from some healthcare providers who may have a non-compete. They work at a hospital, and the hospital, and they're earning more than this threshold, by the way, and they're precluded from working in maybe with a neighboring hospital. There's only 2 or 3 opportunities in town within reasonable driving distance, and they wouldn't be picked up under this. Consequently, my recollection, we heard, I believe when having this discussion with the governor's office was that there were, at the time, some of the larger, people who were bringing these complaints forward were maybe a hairdresser, who's working, who is either an employee or an independent contractor. Um, who is precluded from moving down the road. There's no, I don't think there's any intellectual property, perhaps, there's no secret sauce with cutting hair perhaps, but they're precluded from going next door to work. We heard from landscapers, I believe, was one of the industries. So I guess my point is, and the biggest issue I've had with this is we've picked an arbitrary earning amount. We picked an arbitrary, somewhat arbitrary as far as I'm concerned, because I don't think in some cases you could have the way that the argument I just laid out, you could have somebody earning more than $102,000 who maybe shouldn't be held to a non-compete, and you've got somebody under that who absolutely should. And so I'm just curious, why haven't we taken the approach of narrowing this approach a little bit away from a dollar figure, and why haven't we addressed the industries who have complained? Why haven't we started with that approach first, Mr. Chair?
I believe we have, just in conversations, and I believe there was some agreement on specific sorts of employees and who we wanted to capture. I think the list was rather large. So identifying folks who, again, sign a non-compete, essentially in this situation, and just to answer some of what you said previously, that don't and are not captured, that are involved in trade secrets. So if you do in this specific language, you are exempt from having to deal with it.
Can you repeat that last sentence? Maybe just repeat that. I wasn't following you.
So essentially an employee that, give me 1 second, Representative, let me capture my thoughts. Representative Weir, so if you have access to trade secrets or proprietary information, you would have to sign a non-compete in this bill. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I
Thank-
just, for a moment,
Senator Kush.
just to clarify, you wouldn't be required to sign it, but you could, under those circumstances, a non-compete would be upheld if it could be shown that the person had access to proprietary information or trade secrets.
Thank you for that. Can you tell me what lines you're from? Proximal area? I missed that.
1 second, Representative. Representative Ware, two. To answer your question, it is in lines 106 through 111. I'm sorry, 106 to 114.
Okay, thank you. And I read that language. It's not quite trade secrets. It talks about the covenant not to compete is necessary to protect a legitimate business interest. You know, trade secrets might be somebody in a fast food industry working at KFC and they've got a secret recipe or the sauce on the Big Mac. You know, I don't know, you know, who's putting that stuff together, but I think it could be interpreted differently. You know, the point I'm trying to make here is that I think $1, you know, having been an employer and an employee, in both cases as the employer, subjecting certain employees to a non-compete agreement. We didn't do that with every employee because it's expensive to time consuming. You know, there's well-established labor law. And certain thresholds have to be met today. And so it made no sense for me as an employer to subject somebody who was out working in the field to prevent them from going to another employer. It made no sense to try to enforce that. And so to me, it's like mind-boggling that somebody who was working in the kitchen or, you know, in any capacity, perhaps at a fast food place, that the employer would take that kind of time and effort, because it also requires time and effort and energy and money to enforce these things. So, I think, you know, solely aiming this at $1 threshold, I think we've missed the mark. I think I have expressed these concerns the past couple of years that I'd hoped we would start with the industries that are that have employees who are bringing these concerns forward. And so again, we may have some fast food. I heard, again, landscapers, hairdressers. You mentioned trades. I forgot, I didn't write down who else you mentioned, but you know, so we've got, even if we came up with 20 different industries out of the hundreds, you know, maybe that's a list to start where the complaints are versus a broad brush of the dollar figures that may not capture all the people we would like to and who might like to be captured by this. And it may capture some people that when you look at this, you say, man, this is ridiculous based on $1 figure. So I think that's a miss. That's just a statement I'm making based on how I read the language and the discussion we've had, but it's not trade secrets. It's a legitimate business interest of the employer, which again, by itself is very vague. You know, there's a lot of things I could probably, you know, if I wanted to, I could justify under the term of a legitimate business interest as an employer. But again, taking the time and the effort and the money to defend that in a court of law and litigate that, it's a waste of everybody's time and money. So I think we've missed the mark there. At the end of the day, so Mr. Chair, who would decide if that's a legitimate business interest how is that measured? Like, you know, it says it here, but that's not in the definition of the bill. And so I'm trying to figure out who would be that ultimate person to decide that.
Are there specific lines of the bill, Representative, that could?
Yes,
Speak to-
line 106 to 107. And it is defined, I take it back, it is defined in line 60 through 63, but
Correct.
I'm trying to figure out who ultimately makes that decision.
You said in lines 106 to,
Yeah, 106 to 114, the same paragraph we were looking at before.
so we speak to restrictions, I'm sorry, enforcement and legal consequences, Representative?
Well, my question, perhaps, where are you pointing to that? I'm trying to figure out who determines, you know, I see it defined, but kind of who makes that determination. So permit me to read the definition, if you don't mind, on
Sure.
line 60. So legitimate business interest means an employer's interest in the protection of trade secrets. Okay, that's where you got trade secrets from, or confidential information that does not qualify as a trade secret or preserving established goodwill with such employers' customers. So basically you don't want as I understand it, you don't want the employee, obviously the goal of this is not to have the employee leaving and stealing the employer's customers or taking information from one place to the next. But who determines what is a legitimate business interest? If we're saying that let me back up here. Let me get my thoughts collected. We're saying in this bill that a non-compete is invalid or is only valid if it meets the qualifications of lines 106 through 114. So I'm trying to figure out who's like the ultimate decider of, yeah, that's a legitimate business interest. This is enforceable, or no, it's not, and you can't enforce it. Does that still have to be litigated to get to the bottom of it?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So if an employee, I'm going to make the argument that this right already exists today in existing labor law, that if an employee signs a non-compete that is unclear or arbitrary or too broad, that through the course of litigation is exactly how it's determined. It goes, and as I explained before, that's expensive, it's time consuming. And I don't think either side wants to end up in court over a non-compete. So my point is, if we're saying that through this bill, that the only way to get to the bottom of it is to litigate it in court to determine if it's enforceable or not, that's how non-competes are determined today. And I'm not sure how this language clears it up any, if ultimately either way you end up in court trying to figure out if it's valid or not. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm not asking you for an answer. I'm just giving you my thoughts outright that that this bill doesn't do, at least that particular section of the bill doesn't convince me that it's any meaningful change from today's labor law, if either way you end up in court. So I'll get off of that. I made my point on that. Can lines 127 through 129 talks about the worker, it's on page 5. Worker may contact the Attorney General if such worker believes, bless you. May contact the worker if such worker may contact the Attorney General if such worker believes they are subject to a covenant not to compete in violation of this section. Mr. Chair, does an employee today have the ability to contact the Attorney General prior to this bill if that worker feels that they're held subject to a non-compete that it is invalid?
Yes, Representative.
So thank you for that. So already today, an employee, for those of you paying attention, can already has this right. And so this bill is adding something that they can already do today. Mr. Chair, do you know if this bill has a fiscal note attached to it? Has that been given consideration?
I do not at this time, Representative. I don't believe it does.
Okay. Or do you anticipate a fiscal note I'm sorry, add a line. Mr. Chair, do you anticipate a fiscal note coming with this bill?
Representative, I think it might actually, now that I think about it, after this meeting, JF, I'm sure we will come to a conclusion on that.
Okay. Yeah, I just have, I can turn it over to my colleague. I know I had one thing else I wanted to research, look at some testimony. May I take a break and come back?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues have already, made some good remarks about this bill. I have a lot to say about it, but I'm not going to do that here today. this is the kind of bill that really gets under my skin. And it's the kind of thing that I would like to talk about because I think it's symbolic of one of my main concerns about the way this committee and this legislature operates, which is to interfere with private contracts between consenting and adults. And I don't think we have any compelling interest as a state to get involved in these things. And I think that there's also this tendency to put these types of laws forward without any real consideration for the consequences and what the end result will be. This type of legislation has the ability to put actual small and large businesses out of business. It just has that potential. I also think the bill is a mess. Frankly, it's a complete and utter mess. And I don't know that it actually is going to achieve the goal of those that have proposed it. The fact of the matter is right now, non-compete agreements are negotiated, in good faith by the parties they're signed to, but then later on, many times they're challenged in court and courts will determine whether or not they're enforceable based on their own opinions years and years of case law. This might actually interfere with all of that case law by putting into the legislation, into statute, something that actually defines what we were just referring to. I just want to get that proper term again, legitimate business interest. So this bill actually allows someone to enforce a non-compete for a legitimate business interest. I don't even know if that's what was intended by the proponents. Sounds to me like the goal of this bill is to actually prevent non-compete agreements. And in fact, this might actually allow non-compete agreements to stand based on the definition that is now provided in this proposed bill, which says means an employer's interest in the protection of trade secrets or confidential information that does not qualify as a trade secret, or preserving established goodwill with such employers' customers. Boy, that's a broad definition. And if I was an attorney representing the side of enforcing the non-compete agreement, which could be the employee, by the way, I just want to point that out. The fact of the matter is, you may in fact be expanding the ability for non-compete agreements to stand up in court that they might not otherwise. I don't know if I should point that out to the proponents, but I think that may be a side effect of what you're doing. As was pointed out, you don't need to say things like the worker may contact the attorney general. You don't empower the attorney general beyond that. So there's no reason for that language. It also says a worker has a right to consult with counsel prior to signing a covenant not to compete. Of course they do. Anybody can consult with an attorney anytime they choose and willing to pay the bill. Non-compete agreements are a part of our business fabric. They just are. They exist for countless reasons in countless circumstances. And to start to make blanket prohibitions on including them in private contracts is so dangerous, it's hard to describe. We've kind of limited our conversation to trade secrets, intellectual property, but this is also why companies invest money in training their people. Imagine if you spend thousands and thousands of dollars training someone for a specific profession because they need to have a certain skill set to work for you, but then you take away the ability of the employer to protect the fact that they've made this investment with a non-compete agreement, then they're just not going to do it. And what's the consequence of that? The consequence of that is that person's not going to get that education or that job, and that business is not going to succeed. I mean, is that what we're trying to do? I mean, again, it's always using a bomb to hammer in a nail. If your concern is that certain fast food people are being asked to sign non-compete agreements, well, let's talk about that because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I want to understand why those businesses are actually asking them to sign non-compete agreements. I want to hear both sides of that story. Maybe we can get to the bottom of that. But when you're doing something like this, you're effectively telling businesses that they cannot protect themselves for their own expenses, that they are going to deny people opportunity because they can't make an investment in training any longer because it doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint. That goes for insurance agents and people that work in manufacturing. It goes for surgeons, for crying out loud. Okay? I mean, it's just like every industry that there is. A lot of industries need to maintain stability for the public interest. Hospitals need to make sure that they maintain a certain number of people on staff and so forth because they have an obligation to service the people in need in the community. I mean, there are reasons why these contracts exist, legitimate reasons that are being just shoved aside for the sake of some arbitrary, we know better than you. You don't know. You don't know. Nobody on this committee can possibly foresee how far-reaching such a restriction could possibly be and the damage that it could do to our economy. And at the end of the day, this is a question of freedom. The fact of the matter is people that engage in employment contracts are adults. If you want to have a restriction on non-compete agreements for minors, okay, I'm willing to talk to you. But these are generally speaking things that happen between adults who are looking to make a contractual agreement for employment. And there's been some conversation about the threshold, 100 grand a year. I mean, people making 100 grand a year are usually sophisticated enough to have an idea of what they're signing. And they also can weigh whether or not it's worth their their signature on a contract when they do this. Anyway, I don't want to go too far off on a tangent because I can really talk about this issue for a long time. The fact of the matter, my favorite saying is that people should be free. People should be free to engage in commerce with their eyes open, make their own decisions. This committee does not know better than the people out there on the street that are actually engaging in these things. That's employers and employees. We should let them do what they need to do. If there is some specific issue that has to do with uninformed, less qualified employees in low-paying jobs, well, let's talk about that. But because this, I'm telling you, I'll just use an example. I worked as an insurance agent for many, many years in my life. And when I first started, I was an outside producer. I used to have to go, one of the first things I ever did was I went to the Meriden Mall and I went into every business there and I bothered all the people that worked there because they were a captive audience. They couldn't get away. And I'd try and sell them insurance, that's what I did for many years. But that industry changed over time. And there are very few today what's considered to be outside producers. There are not too many insurance agents that actually go out to get customers. The business model is now that the office, the agency, the business owner spends money for advertising, which brings leads into the office. It brings leads there. And generally speaking, insurance producers generally answer the phone and they collect information, they provide quotes and write up policies. But in that model, it is the owner of the agency that's expending all the resources to generate the leads. So they own the customers. And if you have people on the staff that are communicating with those customers all day, they can build relationships. And without a protection, they can take a large chunk of that business and leave and take those customers with them. What protects the business owner besides a contract that they both agree to with the understanding that the customers belong to the company because they're the ones paying for them to be produced? This bill is like detrimental to that business model and so many others that we could contemplate or not. And so I'm a no today. And this is something that we should not go forward with, Mr. and Madam Chairman. It really is far too broad, far too far reaching, and we will not know the consequences until after it passes. We should never act in that case. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just to clarify, a point earlier to Representative Weir. So the last year's non-compete bill had no fiscal note in 2024. Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you. I did find, I got back to my notes here and I did confirm. So I'm just going through the bill, which, I had a chance to look at earlier and I'm just screening it a little bit closer. So in section 4, it talks lines 165 through 168, and I'm not an attorney, but I think for this to make sense, I want to remind everybody that the laws, when they leave this building, they're drafted by attorneys here, and then they have to go and be applied in the real world. And so an employer who's also not an attorney and an employee who's not an attorney may have to try to make sense of what the labor laws are. Ultimately, they may end up hiring an attorney to make sense of what we passed out of here. But I think what comes out of this building we'd be setting a great trend if we made some of this stuff more easily understandable by the lay people. So back to lines 165 through 168. Am I reading line 165 where it talks about no court shall modify a covenant not to compete or an exclusivity if there's violations of section 2? Are we taking authority away from a court to make a determination in a non-compete agreement if it's in violations of sections 2 or 3? Through you, Mr. Chair.
So the way that I'm interpreting this is the courts won't modify non-compliant agreements and try to make them enforceable.
Thank you for that. So if the court, if this ends up in court and either of those two sections are are wrong, they don't have the ability to invalidate just that section. They have to invalidate the whole agreement. Is that the way I understand it?
Representative, I believe the burden of proof would be on the employer seeking the enforcement of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we may be talking past each other. I'm just looking at the line that says no court shall modify a covenant.
That is correct.
So we're taking the authority away from the court to modify and correct. So if either, what this says is if parts 2 or 3 are invalid, then the whole thing's invalid and the court cannot remedy it.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to point out that that seems confusing to me. I'll jump down to skip the rest of section 4, I think. We're still, I want to get down into section 5 and talks about civil penalties. Just briefly, I mean, the way I read this is that section 5 deals with going through a court system and penalties. Is that the same way you read it, Mr. Chair?
Representative, could I pause for a moment? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Weir, just to clarify, misspoke. So the areas, the 2 out of the 3, let's see, would be thrown out. The entirety of the agreement or non. 1 second, please. So the parts that would need to be. So let me see, non-compliant agreement. Sorry, Representative. So anything where the parts of the agreement are disqualified would be removed, and then the parts that are in violation, I'm sorry, the parts that were in violation would be removed, and the areas that are not would stand.
Thank you for that. Okay, that's more clear. Um, I'd like to jump down to section 5, and it's just to verify. I don't think I have I'm not going to go line by line. But I just want to verify that that section seems to talk about the going to court in the traditional manner. The worker has an issue. He or she takes, their right, makes, right to go litigate this in court. Is that, correct? And the civil penalties and equitable and injunctive relief and all that sort of stuff.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So
speaking.
section 5 is just dealing with, is the way I see it, the civil process and penalties and damages and that sort of thing through the traditional court process. Is that how I'm reading that?
That is correct.
Thank you. And so section 6 now. Excuse me. Section 6 is all about involving the Attorney General. Mr. Chair, what is the reasoning for bringing the Attorney General into the equation if the employee already has a remedy through the traditional civil court process?
The Attorney General would essentially have the ability to investigate violation, issue subpoenas, and essentially file lawsuits.
Okay, so is this in addition to, so if I'm reading this right, let's just say the employee takes the employer to court and the employee is found to be, they win the argument, the employee is found to be correct and the employer is at fault, then the Attorney General can pile on and come after the employer in addition to whatever court remedy there is. Is that the way I understand this?
Representative, I believe the Labor Commissioner would make that request in the situation, but giving different avenues to essentially sue for damages and legal fees in addition to investigations.
Okay. I think I was following. So this is in addition to, right? So
That is correct.
The employee wins in court and is awarded damages, that's the right word. And now the Attorney General can get involved and also issue fines and penalties to the employer. That's correct. That's how we understand it.
That is my interpretation.
Thank you. Okay, let me throw another scenario at you. If in scenario 1, if the employee and the employer goes to court and the employer ends up winning in court, out layman's terms, the employer is determined to be successful in court, can the Attorney General then come after the employer because if the employer wasn't found guilty in criminal court, and maybe guilty is the wrong word, but if the employer won their case in civil court, can the Attorney General then go after the employer if they won in civil court?
One second, Representative. I want to get you a clear answer.
Thank you. Yeah, I really would like to get this. I'm in no rush. I want to make sure we get this right.
Okay, we're back. Uh, Representative Weir, I stand corrected. It is an either or in terms of taking it to the AG or getting it litigated. The AG doesn't have to take the case. You could actually go to an attorney, but if the AG is involved or engaged, it's typically if there's a concern about practice and patterns of violations.
Okay, thank you. I think, I won't, for now, I'll take that explanation. I think I'd like to review this at some point down the road. It doesn't say, like, if, it doesn't say it in here either or, like, if, section 6 only applies if section 5 is not used, right? It doesn't say that here that I can read. So what I want to make sure is that, I'm concerned with number one, giving any more authority to the Attorney General, because that brings the full bear of the state of Connecticut with unlimited finances down on an employer. But what I want to make sure is that if the employer is successful in defending their case in civil court, that then the Attorney General doesn't get to have a second bite of the apple and say, and because it didn't work out the way that, I don't know. I'm trying to think of worst case scenarios here, and I don't fully understand this, and hence you're getting questions from me.
Senator Kushner.
I think if you look at paragraph 6, lines 195 to 199, it states that the Attorney General may bring a civil action in the name of the state. So they're not doing it on behalf of the employee at that time. And it says whenever, if you go to the end, then whenever an employer or contractor is or has engaged in a practice or pattern of conduct. So I think that there are limitations on when the AG would bring a suit, and it wouldn't be because they disagreed with one opinion. It'd be seeing a pattern of abuse or of violations. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you for the information. I think we want to be clear here because that is, that is, for the Attorney General to get involved. Yes, that's kind of a major deal. And so I think when we involve the Attorney General, it brings a lot more, as I said, unlimited finances and authority versus two parties who have a difference of opinion or a disagreement over contract, litigating it in court. So when we interject I think we've taken it to a whole new level when we bring the Attorney General into this discussion. But thank you for that explanation. Can you help me with understanding lines 217 through 222? Just an overview. It looks like the way I read it, and I can read it line by line, or I can give you my, how I interpret it, is that if the employer gives an assurance to the Attorney General that they will stop, if they've got language in a non-compete that's invalid, and if they tell the Attorney General that they'll no longer have that language in their non-competes, that shall constitute proof of a violation of applicable law, just by saying, hey, we're not going to do it anymore. Is that the way I read that?
Can you repeat the questions, Mr. Representative?
Let me see. Let me try to, in lines 217 through 222, as I interpret this, if the employer tells the Attorney General or submits to the Attorney General that they will discontinue any alleged unlawful practice. So they may not have to admit to it, but they say, hey, we're going to stop doing that. That automatically constitutes a violation. I mean, they're saying that they're saying we're not going to do it anymore. So I want to, is that an automatic admission?
Senator,
The way I read that, I believe this is saying that there's an option here for the Attorney General to enter into to accept an agreement, an assurance that the violator will no longer engage in that pattern and practice of conduct. If they're doing that, though, they are then setting themselves up that if they continue the practice after giving assurances, that they have that there's an advantage to the AG. So in other words, there's an incentive to the employer to agree to stop doing it. But they can't say, I'm going to stop doing it and then continue to do it without some penalty to them. And the penalty is that it would be, according to this language, it would constitute a prima facie proof that there had been a violation. So I think that this is encouraging employers to cease behavior rather than having, cease violating the statute rather than having to go through a court case. But if they do it, they've got to be held accountable to that. They can't then turn around and say, okay, I agreed to stop, but now I'm doing it again. So there'd be, that's the meat of this. That's where the teeth is for the Attorney General to say, let's avoid a court case, but you got to stop doing this. But they can't then turn around and just do it without any penalty to them. Otherwise, they would just agree not to do it, and then we'd be back at square one each time.
Thank you for that explanation. I think that I was reading it a different way, but when looking at line 220, I think that makes more sense. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, lines 226 through 228 talks about the Attorney General shall post on the internet website. I didn't see any testimony from the Attorney General. Will there be any do we have any input from the Attorney General as to whether this is going to be a burden or a cost to post this information and how often it needs to be updated, that sort of thing?
Representative, I don't think we heard any testimony from the Attorney General.
Thank you for that. Lines 229 through 236. It seems to say here that any state agencies or officers, basically the state is immune from this law, from this legislation. Am I right that the state can perform like this, but an independent business cannot? Maybe not immune, exempt may be the word I'm looking for.
Representative, I'm gonna have to get you some more information on that section. We will speak with attorneys after the meeting, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I think we should, yes, that's fine with me. Yeah, it seems to me that the state agencies or employees are exempt from the same things we're trying to hold a business accountable to, absent input from our attorneys. And then I think the last question before I wrap up, as far as I can tell, I'll gotta go back to the front page, but line 239 and 240 talks about the classification system from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 339032. I spoke to you earlier and asked, why aren't we focusing on industries? And as I went further down the bill, now we've listed an industry. So through you, Mr. Chair, what industry is that is listed specifically? What industry is represented by 339032?
I would have to ask OLR. Give me a second, Representative. We're back. Representative Weir, I think I have an answer for you. So existing law bans non-competes for security guards. This would sunset that, essentially a conforming change. Senator Kushner.
I'd like to go back to another question that was raised by Representative Ware, that's okay with you, Representative? On the paragraph that addresses the Attorney General, I think it was lines, it's lines 229 to 236. Okay, so you had asked a question about that. The Attorney General has a conflict of interest and can't enforce laws against itself because this Attorney General represents the state. This is language from other statutes. However, there is a provision here where the Attorney General could determine that the state officer or state employee was not entitled to that indemnification. So there could be an occasion where it would be in the Attorney General's within their authority to determine that they could pursue a case against a state officer or employee, that the normal course of indemnification doesn't apply. But typically the AG will not file a case against its own self because it's a conflict of interest for the AG to do that. And again, this is from other language that we have in statute already.
Thank
Just-
you, for both of those explanations. I think I'll just, I'll wrap up here. No more questions. I want to point out that there's testimony in support and three of the, I'll just pick three of the, there wasn't a ton of testimony either way. There's, I don't know, dozen or so. Trial lawyers came out in support of this. And Connecticut legal assistants came out in support of this. Which I ought to tell you right there that, I mean, none of us up here, as far as I know, are attorneys, and we're trying to, and I'm not trying to give anybody here a hard time. These are questions that I have, that this darn thing ought to make sense to me, being able to sit here and read it without having to stop the proceedings to go to OLR. It should be clear, because if it's not clear here, when it gets out of this building, the trial lawyers are going to love this, because some employer is going to be trying to make heads or tails of this, and they're going to end up in court. And that's when the lawyers get paid. I'll also point out that the Department of Labor opposed this. We determined there is a fiscal note, and the independent insurance agents opposed this. And the reason being that I can only surmise is that they're going to end up with settlements because we pass a bill out of here that's unclear. And then it gets to court, and you end up with an errors and omissions or some sort of private professional liability insurance policy being triggered. And now that business is paying out because we can't pass something out of here that the general public can understand. So I'll just point out that it shouldn't be this confusing. You know, we had numerous stoppages of the proceedings because it's not clear. I don't think anybody on this panel today should push this out of here in good conscience if we can't even know exactly what we're sending out of here. And, you know, we're debating labor law and none of us are attorneys. That's very concerning to me. I ask these questions because I'm legitimately concerned. And if I can poke holes in this, it ought to be tighter so that when we have questions, snap of a finger, those answers should be right there based on what's in here, and they're not. And I think we're sending this out into the public. We're making a huge mistake by sending this out for people outside the building to determine what the intent of this bill was. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. And I appreciate your raising these questions, Representative Weir. And I think that it does help us to be sharper. But I think when we stop and ask for advice and consultation with OLR or LCO, it's because we want to try and get it right on the record, make sure we're explaining it correctly. And I appreciate, yes, we are not lawyers here. There are committees that have a lot of lawyers on it. We're not one of those committees. But I do believe that the intent of this, it was referenced that there are already processes available to go to court and have a non-compete thrown out by a judge. And I believe that's true, but I also think that when our statutes aren't clear about when that is possible, it actually makes it harder for the courts to determine. I think by having laid out a bill that's very clear in as to what's allowed or isn't allowed, including the definitions that we lay out, the intention here is to make it much easier for courts to determine and much easier for employers to know in advance of using non-competes, what's allowed and what isn't allowed in the state of Connecticut. So I think that's the intent of this. And if we haven't done a good enough job, I assure you we'll continue to work on it. But the intent is to make it very clear to employers about what's allowed and when it isn't allowed, and to make it very clear how one would go about seeking enforcement or seeking to overturn non-compete. So if we can make it better, we certainly are open to doing that. But I think that getting the clarity from OLR and LCO is in order to answer these questions to the best of our ability. And unfortunately, there's a lot of things in our state statutes that are not clear to the average person, which is why people have to hire lawyers in the first place. But that's true, always going to be true, because I think it is critical that the statutes are written in a way that they can be litigated if there is a violation of law, and that is written in legalese often in order to ensure that we're getting it right. So, I don't expect to be able to always understand everything without consulting with attorneys or with people who were here when a bill was passed. But I appreciate the dialogue. I don't think that there's no question that these are important questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 8, House Bill 7196, an act concerning limitations on the use of non-compete agreements. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9 on the agenda, House Bill number 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hours investigators at the Labor Department. This is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
Second.
So this is a bill that would require the Department of Labor to, I'm just looking at the exact numbers. The bill requires the Labor Commissioner to employ at least 22 wage and hour investigators by October 1st, and for at least 45 investigators for fiscal year 26 and each fiscal year thereafter. Any comments or questions? I know we had a pretty unanimous vote on this to raise this bill, so seeing no, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, we've been supportive of this legislation over the last couple of sessions, and I'm inclined to support it today, although I just want to say a few words. I know that the governor was already mentioned, has established a hiring freeze. This bill would require the hiring of additional staff. And I would much rather see these folks, moved from some other state agency to cover these at least 22 investigators and 45 investigator. I'm confused. Is it 22 or is it 45?
22 the first year.
Oh yeah, 22 the first year, 45 the second year. We can fill those folks from within state government, and that would be my preference. What I wanted to talk about really quickly is that, we heard a lot of testimony from folks that might be domestic workers or folks like that. And I think there was a strong emphasis on people that are undocumented getting their proper pay. And I couldn't help but listening to the testimony and like hearing over and over again that people that are undocumented weren't being paid by their employer, and they hoped that this was going to resolve their issue. And I mean, if you're not in the country lawfully, you're not supposed to be working. There is a prohibition on that. You're not allowed to work. So I'm curious, Madam Chairman, would it fall into the purview of a wage and hour inspector to make sure that an undocumented person receives their pay, or would they rightfully follow the law and fine an employer for engaging in hiring someone under the table through you?
I believe that this issue of the lack of wage inspectors has been brought to us by many people in many different industries. We may have had more testimony from a particular group of people who were maybe better organized to come here and testify, but we've heard this from every corner that there aren't enough wage and hour inspectors to handle the work that's before them, including particularly in the construction trades where we've heard of so many violations. But I do think, to your question of whether or not it's incumbent on the wage inspector to determine a person's legal status, I don't believe that falls on the wage inspector to do so.
Thank you very much for that answer, Madam Chairman. I bring it up only because of the significant amount of testimony that we heard when we had the public hearing. Your description of the intent of the bill is the same as mine, which is why I'm in support of it. And certainly, I don't want anyone who's working in the state of Connecticut to go uncompensated. I mean, they obviously should be. And if we're talking about people that are in certain fields that are entry-level jobs, or domestic workers, things like that. Certainly, I want to make sure that they are protected as well as anyone else. But I also don't think that we should be using the state workforce to protect folks that are in violation of our federal immigration law or our state labor and wage laws. I think that those folks are violating the law and actually interfering with the way our system of laws and justice and how our system of commerce operates. So I would love to know that wage and hour inspectors do more than just enforce lost wages. They also make sure that they're enforcing other employment law, including making sure that they crack down on people working under the table. I don't think that's outside the realm of their purview. And I wish I had the opportunity to ask some of these folks if that is something that fills in that gap. But maybe that'll be something that presents itself before we vote on this bill outside this meeting today. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 9, House Bill 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour investigators at the Labor Department. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, not sure who.
I'm chairing again.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item number 11 on our agenda. We're going to skip to item number 11 on the agenda. House Bill number 6955, an act concerning the liability of a contractor for unpaid wages owed to an employee of a subcontractor for performance of labor on a construction contract. And this is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 6281. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And this is a bill that we heard testimony about holding a contractor responsible for unpaid wages. And the S language does a number of things. It removes provisions that would have required a subcontractor to produce certain payroll records to a contractor upon request. It also increases from 10 to 30 days the length of advance notice an employee must give a contractor before suing, and it makes various minor and technical changes. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Briefly, Madam Chair, I appreciate the new language that we received last night. I still stand opposed to this legislation. We have not taken into account, in my opinion, the unintended consequences of contractors who may be caught up in a stop work order, or we may stop the whole process because somebody started work before another contractor, and now we've affected a subcontractor down the line, and hundreds of workers and their families could ultimately be affected. So I think this, while well-intentioned, we're not considering the unintended consequences of those downstream who, through no fault of their own, could end up with the job paused, out of work, and for all the reasons we've talked about, people being, having to collect unemployment insurance, we're taking away their ability to earn a living, theoretically, at least temporary. So I think, while well-intentioned, this misses the mark. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, then we will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, House Bill 6955, an act concerning the liability of a contractor for unpaid wages owed to an employee of a subcontractor for performance of labor on a construction contract. This is a motion to JFS to the floor. Relevant LCO is 6281. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving to item number 12 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1027, an act removing the requirement the state oppose applications by federally recognized Indian tribes to convert any parcel of fee interest land to federal trust status. And this is the JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And this title pretty much describes what this bill does, which is it removes the requirement of the AG to oppose applications. Any comments or questions?
No, I mean, I think,
Representative Wilson.
thank you, Madam Chair. I think, as many have said, it's straightforward. It allows them to continue to move forward with the process. It does not hold up the process if there is an opposition to it. But this, I think, is something that they have worked vigorously on, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you. No other comments or questions? Then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 12, Senate Bill 1027, an act removing the requirement that the state oppose applications by federally recognized Indian tribes to convert any parcel of fee interest land to federal trust status. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Shake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving to item number 13 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1428, an act appropriating funds for the Domestic Workers Education and Training Grants Program. And this is the JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and this bill would allocate, provide grants through the Department of Labor to 4 organizations, the total amount each year being $500,000. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We've had this bill before also, and we're very aware that this item has a significant fiscal note. And while I certainly share the desire to continue to do good work with government as much as we possibly can, there is a point at which we have to determine what our priorities are going to be. And I just can't, in good conscience, authorize spending another $500,000 in an area that we don't already spend these funds. My constituents are struggling. Affordability is the #1 issue that I hear from people every day. I have folks that, are in danger of losing their homes because their property taxes continue to skyrocket. And that's a direct result of, municipal aid being probably third in line for state funding after state employees, entitlement programs, and then we're lucky if we can manage to level fund our towns every year. And of course, they're experiencing increasing and rising costs all the time. So that means that the pressure ends up being on our constituents paying larger and larger portions of their income towards property taxes. I want to see us focus on providing more municipal aid to offset that. And, I have a tough time with all of these new plans for spending. And as a result, it's easy. Very often we're like, oh yeah, it's a great idea. We're going to pass it out of the Labor Committee and that's going to go to appropriations and they're going to kill the bill because there's not enough money for all of these things. I think that we have to have the courage at some point to say, even in the Labor Committee, if we agree with something, that this is just not an expense that the state should be getting into at this point. So I'm a no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to clarify that I know we have had this bill in the past. We've actually passed it in the past. And it is in statute now that those organizations, those grants are currently provided at $200,000 each year. So this would be an increase, correctly stated by my good colleague. One of the things that we know is that, we heard testimony that in order to do this work, the cost of doing it, as the cost of everything has risen, it has impacted the organizations as well. So for their ability to continue doing the work and reaching folks and making sure that they are carrying out this responsibility of, or carrying out the work of informing folks as to what they're entitled to under state statute. I think it's been really successful, and that's why we're encouraged and want to continue the good work. But I appreciate your comments about how we, having to weigh everything that we're spending money on. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 13, Senate Bill 1428, an act appropriating funds for the Domestic Workers Education and Training Grants Program. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving to item number 14 on the agenda, House Bill number 6954, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. This is a JF to the floor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill will add to the items that a person can receive workers' compensation benefits for PTSI. It will add witnessing someone's serious physical injury. Under the bill, the serious physical injury is a physical injury that creates a substantial risk of death or causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss of impairment of a bodily organs function. As under the law currently for other workers' compensation PTSI benefits, the employee must witness the injury in the line of duty or arising out of and in the course of employment. And certain qualified mental health professionals must diagnose the employee with PTSI as a result of witnessing the injury. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you tell me who this expansion of this PTSI coverage would apply to? Is it all employees in all fields, or is it limited to only certain occupations?
It would apply to all employees in all fields.
Thank you for that answer. And how does this apply? Well, let me put it this way. I mean, there's certainly different occupations that there is an expectation that you may run into terrible, tragic events. You know, if you are an EMT or a firefighter, police officer, corrections officer, you work in a hospital. I mean, you may certainly see things that are horrific. There's no doubt about it. But we also compensate people in those positions substantially for their potential exposure. And no one's forced to become an EMT. I mean, if we're talking about a florist and they end up having to witness something tragic like this, I mean, I can understand them, actually being someone far more likely to have a condition as a result. I'm not dismissing the idea that someone who works in any of the fields I previously mentioned could as well. But it just seems to me that we're effectively finding new ways to expand these types of coverages. And the concern I have is the concern of all of the opposition testimony, which is that as we do create expansions like this, it ultimately generates costs, and those costs get passed on to our municipalities, and those municipalities pass those costs on to property taxpayers once again. And for me, I mean, I think just people are at the limit. So before we go ahead and decide we're going to expand the cost of government and the tax bill for the people we represent, we've got to be very, very careful about what we pick and choose. Now, this may be one of the items that we say is important. I'm just not convinced yet. I don't know whether this exists in this form in other states. We have expanded the workers' compensation coverage for PTSI a couple of times, and I was glad to support it when we have. I just know it seems like we come back every year for another extension and another expansion. And I'm just wondering where that limit ultimately lies. I'm not asking a question. I'm just throwing that out for conversation. I'm going to vote no today just because I want to flag this as a concern as far as the cost to taxpayers. And, I might reconsider at some point if I hear some compelling argument why we should do this. But for today, I'm a no. Thank you.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the explanation. I have a constituent who's a former corrections officer, and he was courageous enough to come testify. He shared with me some of the horrific incidents he was part of, and I think some of the concern I have is that I submitted some suggested language. I think in some cases it doesn't go far enough for the people, our first responders and emergency services personnel who are dealing with these situations almost day in and day out. And by the way, this legislation wouldn't affect him. He has long since retired. But to expand this to everyone, I think we're too broad in one sense of the word, and we are maybe missing some opportunities to help people who are in, corrections officer, for instance, who's in a hostile situation every day, and who then these people witnessed horrific events almost every day. So I'll be a no today to flag it. I would like to have the opportunity to, improve upon the language where we're not necessarily offering this to everybody. And I think we want to be careful with how we're who we're offering this to and under what circumstances, but by the same token that the people who are in this every day, that we're making sure they're taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to make a couple of comments because I think, when I first joined the legislature in 2019, there had been a whole lot of work done on this before I arrived here in terms of working groups and in terms of bringing people together to provide PTSI coverage for police and fire. And we have expanded upon it because at the time we were passing that bill, and I remember quite well being in the state Senate, being in the chamber when we debated the bill, and realized really at the 11th hour that there were individuals that were impacted that we had left out, and that was the EMTs. And we pledged to form a working group. We did. And then we came back and determined that they should also be included, and also dispatchers and telecommunicators. So we have expanded this bill. I do want to make the case for consideration that the instances that this occurs is very, very uncommon. But when it does occur, and the benefits we're providing are limited. Unlike many other workers' compensation benefits, these are time restricted. It's not unlimited how long you can receive compensation in these instances of PTSI. Maybe someday we will change that or we will expand upon it, but right now they're limited. In the case of taxpayers, we're talking mostly about public servants. We are talking about public servants, people who we ask to risk their life. And when they are injured in this way, because of something they see or hear at work, we've determined that we should cover them. One of the cases that was brought to our attention was a loophole we had not anticipated, where somebody, a police officer, would be pursuing a suspected criminal. A gunshot wound would occur, and that police officer would stick their hand into the person's body and keep them alive until they could receive treatment, and resulted in PTSI. And that wasn't covered based on the way we wrote the law. So I think our intention was to clean that up and make sure that that person had access to these benefits. I want to make the case for private employers, workers in the private sector who don't sign up for this, but in fact, sometimes there are tragic accidents at work. And it certainly happened in my time representing workers in the UAW, where a worker fell off of a loading dock elevator and was killed. That would be covered under this. But if the worker had not been killed and only had a stake protruding from their leg, and another worker witnessed that and maybe applied pressure for 20 minutes until an EMT could get there, that would not be covered. And I think that's the essence of this, is to make sure that, our intention was to make sure that if somebody is diagnosed with PTSI from a work-related accident that they witnessed, that they have that coverage. I don't think we intended to exclude those people originally. It just didn't come to our attention in the original drafting. And so, that's why I feel like it's really important for us to give consideration to this bill, and hopefully as it moves through the process, we'll win you over to voting for this. No other comments or questions? Okay, then I would ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 14, House Bill 6954, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Shake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open for 2 hours. So let's round that off to 3:30 p.m. In terms of item number 4 on the agenda, announcement of time and date of next meeting, or in this case, meetings. I can assure you, I do want to modify this slightly. I assure you, we will be meeting on Tuesday, the 18th of March, and on Thursday, the 20th of March, but we may adjust the start time, and we will, if that will appear in the bulletin if we make that adjustment. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then we will recess this meeting until such times votes are closed at 3:30. Thank you.
Hello, Rep Hall.
How's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Good, good.
So we have votes. Do you have the agenda? Or you want me to
Yep.
read them off for you?
I'm a yes to all, or we have to do them one by one.
Do you have to do the one by one camera or is yes to all okay?
If you said yes to all and you can see his face on camera, then it's all good.
We're good for yes to all.
All set, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.